Hello, good morning. Maraming salamat sa like. Maraming salamat sa like. Hindi ko alam kung bakit dalawang beses lumabas yung shoutout daw kay Mark Vincent. Wait lang. Bubuksan ko yung game kasi may parang may parang intro kasi yung game, so kailangan kong buksan. Ayan. Ito. Okay. I mean, it's debatable kung maganda ba siya o hindi.
Charles IV, King of Bohemia and Holy Roman Emperor, had a long and successful reign. The empire he ruled from Prague expanded, and his subjects lived in peace and prosperity. When the emperor died, the whole empire mourned. More than 7,000 people accompanied him on his last procession. The heir to the throne of the flourishing empire was Charles's son, Wenceslas IV, whose father had prepared him for this moment all his life. But Wenceslas did not take after his father.
My
He
God.
neglected affairs of state for more frivolous pursuits.
Wenceslas.
He even failed to turn up for his own coronation as emperor, which did little to endear him to the Pope. Wenceslas the Idle did not impress the imperial.
Wenceslas, you suck.
Difficulties mounted until the nobles, exasperated by the inaction of their ruler, turned for help to his half-brother, King Sigismund of Hungary. Sigismund decided on a radical solution. He kidnapped the king to force him to abdicate, then took advantage of the ensuing disorder to gain greater power for himself. He invaded Bohemia with a massive army and began pillaging the territories of the king's allies. It is here that my story begins.
Oh, my story begins. Yan. Hindi ko i-continue kasi hindi ko na maalala kung anong nangyari sa game na to. Game settings. Yes. Graphic settings. Full screen window borderless. How about high? Show FPS. Confirm. Yes. Sisabog na ba computer ko? Wow! High graphics. Sound setting.
Qui es in celis, sanctificetur nomen tuum, veniat regnum tuum, fiat voluntas
Taasan natin ng konti yung volume.
in cielo et in terra.
Yung music,
Panem
babaan
nostrum
natin.
super substantiale da nobis hodie, et dimite nobis debita nostra, sicut et nos dimissimus debitoribus nostris, et ne inducas nos in tentationem, sed libera nos a malo. Pater noster, qui es in
Confirm.
celis.
Yes. Bakit may eye tracking dito? Ano yan? Wait lang. May nag-message. Malakas. Okay lang naman yung malakas yung sound ng ano. Medyo mahina kasi yung volume sa akin. Or sa side ko. Baka lalakasan ko na lang. Masyado bang malakas sa stream? Or sakto lang?
Pater noster, qui es in celis, sanctificetur nomen tuum, veniat regnum tuum, fiat voluntas tua, sicut in cielo et in terra. Panem nostrum super substantiale da nobis hodie, et dimite nobis debita nostra, sicut et nos dimissimus debitoribus nostris, et ne inducas
Okay.
nos in tentationem.
Kailangan ko na lang yung
sed
music. New game tayo, new game. The Good Thief. Playline 2. Dalawa lang. More realistic. Recommended for players who are familiar with... Nope, I am not familiar. The early 15th century was a time of turmoil in the Holy Roman Empire, which had flourished under the late Emperor Charles IV. But now with his... Hindi ko pa tapos basahin. Let's go. Cinematic intro, let's go. For Rohan! Ay, hindi, joke lang. Di pala. Di pala to Lord of the Rings. For Frodo.
God bless. Same to you. Today's a scorcher. Well, Well, husband, how goes it?
Good. I should get it finished today. Where on earth is Henry? I need him to run some errands.
He was still sleeping when I went out.
At this hour? Blue-blooded idler.
Well, it looks like he was out all evening, drinking like a lord.
Go and get the lazy bones up then. Quick clout round the ear should do it.
Ano yan? Bawal yan.
Henry! Get up now. There's work to be done.
Mother. Get up or I'll come get you up, you slugabed.
Hear that? You'd better not vex him. Now get up quick. Your breakfast is on the table. Wait, what's this? Have you been... Oh, Henry. How many times have I told you about fighting?
Oh, it's nothing. It's just a scratch.
You've been at that sword play again, haven't you? You'd better pray your father doesn't get to hear of it. You know how he feels about it.
Oh, don't worry, it wasn't that. I just scratched myself is all.
Well, just don't come crying to me if you really do get hurt. Now get up, you rogue.
Come on, Henry. Ito lang yung ayoko dito sa game na to, yung loading. The loading is abysmal. Mabilis na yung PC ko niyan or sakto lang.
A fine state you're in this morning. What on earth did you get up to last night?
Nasaan yung choices? Hello? Ano? Oy, kakasimula pa lang ng laro, may bug na kaagad. Oh my god. Hello?
Nothing much. Me and the lads were just having a chat in the tavern. Some wayfarer stopped by. He was telling us what's going on in the world and, well, I lost track of time.
Well, I hope he didn't fill your head with nonsense. Well, I've got a feeling there's something you're not telling me. And it's connected with that scratch on your hand. And that suspicious-looking character with a sword who turned up in town recently.
Ayun, lumabas. Character by means of the first two choices in this dialogue, you will select your character's default characteristics. Let's go with speech.
You think he's teaching me sword fighting, don't you? What use would that be to me? Here. I'm not lying to you, Ma.
All right, then, if you say so. I don't mean to pry, but you know your father takes a dim view of such things.
May mga objective.
Did Matthew and Fritz come looking for me?
No, I haven't seen them this morning. They shouldn't be hard to find. They'll be hanging around a tavern somewhere, as usual.
Wait lang, parang hindi yata nag yung chat ko sa...
Mother.
You're nearly a grown man, Hal. Father will pass the forge on to you one day soon. You've been courting that Bianca for months now. Why do you have to keep wasting your time with those two layabouts? They're nothing but trouble.
Hindi ko nakita yung choices.
Can I get something to eat?
I left some breakfast on the table. Help yourself.
Is Father angry with me for sleeping late?
He's not happy. Yesterday you promised him you'd help finish that sword for Sir Radzig. He's not as young as he was. And you know how his joints pain him. He's too proud to complain, but he needs your help, Henry.
I know.
Henry?
Don't worry, Ma. Of course I'll help him.
Good. He always says his knees ache when there's a storm coming. I hope they're wrong this time. It's looking like such a nice day.
Mm-hmm.
You need me to do anything, Ma?
Ah, you're a good lad. But I'm fine. It's your father needs helping with that sword.
Okay. Oh my god, the motion blur is not gonna help me. Off. Confirm. Yes. I do not like that motion blur. Ito ba yung pagkain? Cheese. Lentil soup. Pick up. Pick up. Kunin natin lahat. Naka-high na yung graphics ko pero parang naka-low pa rin siya hanggang ngayon. Tapos kailangan mo pambilin yung DLC ng HD na graphics. Wow. Ano bang gagawin ko? Kailangan kong mag-eat. How do you eat? I was not not that was the map. Ay. Go to father. Father, I am here.
Come here, I need your help.
Yes, sir.
At least you're up, that's a start. Anyway, we've a lot of work to do today. I'm finishing the sword for Sir Radzig, and I need your help.
With what?
I'm running out of charcoal. Run to the market and buy a bag from the charcoal burner.
I'll need some money then.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Kunesh still owes me for an axe, a hammer, and the nails I sold him a month ago. Not to mention his debt from before. Go and tell him to pay up, at least for the axe and hammer, and then use the money to buy the charcoal.
Kunesh? That drunkard? That'll be fun.
Well, you're a big lad now. I'm sure you can manage. If not, tell him that next time I'll come myself and personally use that hammer to bang those nails into his arse.
Sure he'll be happy to hear it. Is that all?
Not quite. The Chamberlain at the castle has the crossguard for Sir Radzig's sword, which I had engraved in Sasau.
You want me to go and pick it up? All right. Money, charcoal, crossguard. Got it.
And ale. Stop off at the tavern on your way home. I know you'll be going
And
there anyway to see
ale.
that girl of yours. But make sure the ale's still cool from the cellar when you get back.
Her name is Bianca.
Right, so make sure Bianca draws me a nice cool one. Run along now, work won't wait.
We're not gonna min-max this game.
I feel quite hungry.
What? You're hungry? Kumain na tayo. And this is eat. You discover grindstone. Other.
Are you here to buy?
Indeed I am, or I'll have nothing to smelt the ore with, and the king won't get his silver.
Which king do you mean, Master Tobias? The one sitting in some godforsaken dungeon, or the one who holds the key to the dungeon?
These are strange times, strange and ill-omened. But since I serve our liege lord Sir Radzik, I think you know the answer.
True, but where will Sir Radzig take the silver? Hardly to Kuttenberg. Now its citizens bend their knees to Sigismund.
Unfortunately, that's not my problem. Perhaps Sir Radzik is keeping it at the castle until this whole unhappy story reaches...
God be with you.
I only hope Sigismund doesn't get an appetite for us.
Ay, wala pala akong pera.
See you later.
Hey, Pip! You want a lot? You'll have it tomorrow. Shall we go and drink the deal?
God be with you, Kunesh.
What do you want?
My father sent me to get the coin you owe him for the axe, hammer, and nails.
I've got nothing. Clear off.
You know you owe father for a lot more than just the axe and hammer. If he went to the bailiff about it, you'd be in deep water. At least pay for the tools if you can't pay for everything.
I told you I have no coin, you bastard. Get the hell out of here, or I'll use the axe on you.
Persuasion. You can simply use speech, which however is influenced by the reputation you have at the moment with the person you're talking to. Crown. In the Middle Ages, social status was paramount, so the quality of your attire and how well groomed you are, together with your reputation, can make a big difference. Excuse me. Can make a big difference to how people respond to you. Sword fighting. If you look dangerous, people will be afraid to cross you and will also be willing to assign risky tasks to you. That's influenced mainly by your strength and deterrent effect of your weapon and equipment. But the other things are also taken into account, such as bloodstains on your clothes. You can sometimes rely on money to do the talking for you. You have to agree on persuasive swamp. Some bribing people works in the same way as shopping. See trade and haggling. In special cases, you can try any other skill. Example, horsemanship. Okay. So, yun nasa baba, yung 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 kausap, tapos yung, what is the total, okay. It's question mark.
Look, I know things aren't easy. Your wife ran off, booze is dear these days, and you're as much use as a square wheel. It's no wonder you're short of coin. But a debt's a debt, and I can't leave here without something.
If I had anything to give, I'd give it. But I've got nothing, so leave me in peace, all of you. And don't come back.
Okay. Stealth. Stealthy.
A locked chest. I'll need a lockpick to get into that. Fritz might have one.
Fritz.
How are you, Henry? Back to work.
I am doing fine, sir. Man, the cutscenes here are abysmal. Abysmally painful to wait.
Insulting our king.
What insult? I say only the truth. Sigismund has done only what he had to.
He had to abduct the king. He had to lure his cousin Prokop into a trap and imprison him. He had to invade with his army of Tartars and besiege Kuttenberg.
Why not? What is this Wenceslas for a king? The empire is falling asunder in his hands. The German counts elected Ruprecht of the Palatinate as king because your Wenceslas would not go to their deeds even.
German counts. Traitors.
Now even the Pope
God be with
is
you,
opposed
Henry.
to your king.
I'm with you,
So
Matthew.
such lords as
What's going on here?
Rosenberg,
Deutsch is spouting shit.
What?
and
Just
Wilhelm
listen and you'll hear for
are
yourself.
Someone has to bring order and reunite the empire.
What do I care about the Austrians? And nowadays, not even the devil himself can keep up with all the popes. Which is the rightful pope? The one in Rome or the one in Avignon?
Do not blaspheme, Alex.
No, it's true, though. Wenceslas is the king of Bohemia. Bohemian nobles are on his side. To hell with Rosenberg and his cabal. Sir Radzik is Wenceslas' commander-in-chief. He stayed loyal to the king. And if he heard you talking like this, he would have you whipped like a dog.
Your deed will soon have nothing left to rule. Jobst had to sell Luxembourg to help your king. South Bohemia is with Sigismund
And don't
and...
forget about Kuttenberg, where Germans like you kissed Sigismund's feet to keep their heads.
Yes, but...
Goodman Deutsch, this is pointless. Let us talk of more pleasant things.
My words exactly.
Deutsch has gone too far. Wenceslas is our rightful king.
Deutsch is an idiot. But what can you do? I might have an idea. Deutsch deserves to be taught a lesson. Doesn't he, Fritz?
Too right, Matthew. Should give him a proper hiding.
Are you mad? Do you want to end up in the pillory? Don't listen to Fritz. I've got a better idea. Deutsch was talking such shit, it made me think of that huge parliament. You know, the one right next to his freshly whitewashed house.
You think we should redecorate for him? Count me in. Well, I'd rather torch it, to be honest. But throwing some tears will do.
What do you say, Henry?
But I was going to get ale for father and a few other things. We're finishing Sir Radzig's sword.
Come on. Throwing a few handfuls of manure is not going to take all day.
And it's our duty to defend the honor of our king.
Your king who
So, how?
goes around partying and shit. Oh, no thanks, sir. Can I just...
Not that I don't want to teach the Deutsch a lesson, but I really don't have time.
That's disappointing. Still, we can manage without you. Let's go, lads.
Honestly, hell. How could you possibly chance like this?
Hey. Well, I guess hindi ako bibigyan ng ano.
God save, my lovely. You're looking well today.
You too, handsome.
Si
What brings you here?
Bianca.
Just
Ale.
ale.
What else could I expect from a village lout? What will it be then, ragamuffin?
I need ale for father.
As the gentleman wishes.
But wait though, there's a catch. I've no money. Kunnish owes me and he won't pay up.
Leave it to me. But you have to pay me back this evening.
You're the best girl a man could wish for.
What?
Your father wants a cool one from the cellar, doesn't he? Wait here while I fetch it. Here you are.
Thanks.
It's on me today. You can pay me back this evening.
Don't worry, dearest. This evening I'll see you right.
Oh, Hal, I do hope so.
Thanks. You'll have something to look forward to this evening.
You too. Oh, by the way, that shifty-looking fellow was asking after you.
Vanya.
I suppose. He's a man who makes his coin robbing honest wayfarers. I'm sure of it. I'll be happy when he's gone for good. But what in heaven's name are you up to with him?
He promised to teach me how to use a sword.
What use would that be to you?
Enough. You sound just like father. I'll be going now. See you this evening.
Hal, I've got something special for you.
Is that so? Now what would that be?
Your favorite, Savior Schnapps.
Wow.
You're an angel.
Savior
I hope you'll thank me
Schnapps.
properly later.
You bet I will.
Yes. Thank her.
Greetings, Henry.
Yung Savior Schnapps yung
Welcome,
Shivani.
Henry.
Have you recovered from yesterday's great wound?
Oh, it was nothing. Except Mother noticed and had a word or two to say about it.
No mother's happy when a son starts to take an interest in swords.
Anong pay me?
Where there's weapons, there's death. The question is, what do you want?
I don't want to rot
si
in this
ano.
hole forever. I feel like I don't belong here. I want to live and
Si
see the world.
Bianca.
The world's a dangerous place and I need to know how to protect myself.
Spoken like a man. And as it happens, today's your last chance. I have to leave. So, are you ready to get stuck in?
Yes, but there's something I need to do first.
All right, I'll wait on the ground by the sheepfold as usual.
Ayan, no? Pumasok na pala si ano Purified Yeti at Richman sa sino si Richman? Can someone wait lang trader, may pera ba ako?
God bless. What can I help you with? I'll be with you.
Do I have gold? How alin ba dapat yung ilalagin mo? Yung rich man o yung terrified yeti? Your wealth is 0. Okay, I don't have anything to Ganesh.
God save Henry.
Wait lang. The gates. So yung rich man ang ang account na gagamitin mo. Tama ba? Tapos si Terrified Yeti yung school. Anyway, feeling ko makikita mo na yung instruction something. Sa paano yun? Okay. Paano ko wala akong pera pambayad. I don't have any gold. Old boots. Am I wearing old boots? Um, Feeling ko kailangan ko tuloy gawin to. Let me pick up some nettle and sell them. Sell them. Ayan. Actually, hindi ko alam kung pinatch na or hindi, pero ang dati kasi, sabi, pwede kang makapag-level ng sobrang taas. Or hindi naman sobrang taas, pero pwede kang makapag-level kagad dito sa starting area. Kaka-pick up ng nettle. Tapos may poison. Makakakuha ka ng hindi na nakapag-type nun. Tapos, pwede kang makapag-pick up ng poison resistance.
Rakes, spades, forks and axes. All you need to tame Mother Nature.
Nasaan yung nagbebenta dito? Hello?
Greetings.
Greetings. Stock trade. Sell. Can I sell these? How much will you... How much did I get for that? Feel like nothing. Inventory. 1.7. 1.7 gold. Do you have...
Take care.
Other... There's nothing here.
Everything for the house. Garden and field. Knives, axes, rakes, hoes. Come, people, get the best right here.
Yes, sir.
How are you?
I just want some lockpick. What is this? There's no lockpicks, sir.
Good, handy implements.
Good health to you. See you later.
Nothing here as
Come on
well.
up and take a look. I've got everything you need. Day or night.
Take care.
Cleared up nicely, hasn't it?
Sino ba yung mga ano? Mga quote-unquote kaibigan ko dito. Nawala na sila.
I'll have to get something to eat. I'm starting to get hungry.
Man.
God be with you, Henry.
Villager.
Long and strong to sew up anything you need. Rakes, spades, forks, and axes.
Ano kayong lockpick?
Good day, Henry.
Ano ba tumatambay yung mga yun? You know, it's somewhere around here. Or sa kabilang side.
on there? Well, I never.
What's going on out there?
Saan na ba yung mga ano kaibigan ko na hindi ko naman talaga kaibigan?
For the love of God.
Alam ko na dito sila somewhere eh. Ito yata.
How did things end up at the Deutsches?
His whole house is covered in shit.
True, but I'm worried that fucker Hans will snitch on us.
Well, let him. Then I'll snitch on him. And anyway, what can they do to us for throwing a bit of dung?
Good point. It's not as if anyone really likes the Deutsch.
Hindi naman ako tumulong eh.
Anyway, nice job at the Deutsches. Never a dull moment with you lot.
Lang. Ano yung ano? Si Fritz.
Listen, there's this locked chest I need to get into.
Really? An honest trade not good enough for you anymore?
It's just that someone has something that doesn't belong to him, and I want to take it back.
If you say so. It's not skin off my nose anyway. I've got some lockpicks you can have. But if you get caught, you didn't get them from me.
Never heard of you. Thanks, Fritz.
Thank you, Fritz. Been trying to find a freaking lockpick for the longest time. Stealth. Easy. Paano nga mag-lockpick nito? Rotate. In order to pick locks, you must have at least one certain by holding the lock. Then you have to use the lockpick to turn. I have no idea. Still. Rotate. I do not know. Oh my god. Ah! Wala na akong lockpick.
What's that?
Can I have another set of lockpicks?
Anyway, nice job at the Deutsches.
Oh my god. Wait, last year lang.
We've sorted out Deutsch. Now I've got someone else to deal with.
Another beating? Count me in.
Kunesh owes money to my father, but he won't pay.
I'll have to shake it out of him.
You know how you didn't have time to help us with Deutsch? Well, we don't have time to help you with this.
Come on, lads. I know I made a mess of things, but we're forging a sword for Sir Radzig, and I really need that money to buy Father what he needs. I'll make it worth your while.
Fine. But if you let me down the next time I need something, you'll regret it. We going now?
Let's get to it then.
Ano gagawin natin? Okay.
Kunesh, get out here, you old goat. I've something to show you.
Oh.
What the fuck are you here for? You want me to take a whip to you or call a catchpole? Just try it, you old drunk.
Hook. Jab. F. Tab is to lock. Unlock. U is block. Okay.
What's the matter? Come on.
Herrgott!
Ow. Namatay ba ako? Hindi ko alam.
Enough! Enough! I give up. Take what you want. It's not much, but it's all I have. You understand?
Thank you guys for ganging up on one man. Now what?
The Lord be praised.
Forever amen.
Quest log. So I can sell it. Let's go. Ma'am, I will trade my
God's
items.
blessings. Be with you.
Ang weird talaga ng ano dito eh. Ng... Weird ng fighting system dito. To be honest. Actually, never mind. I will not sell that. Close deal. Don't really want to haggle.
See you later.
Ah, 1 out of 10. So I need 9 more. Okay. 9. We don't have enough money.
Let's talk about the price.
Aye?
I Okay. Okay. 4.5.
Forget it then.
What? I hate this. I don't have enough money. Well, babalik na lang muna ako. I will get the cross guard and then go back because it's annoying.
I'll be with you.
I'm with you, Henry.
How are you?
Ugh, things could be better. Kunesh owes us money and he doesn't want to pay.
That drunkard? It won't be easy wringing any coin out of him. What will you do?
I tried talking to him, but it was useless.
I'm not surprised. There's only one language Kunesh understands, and you speak it with your fists.
Father sent me. We're forging a sword for Sir Radzig, and the Chamberlain has the crossguard and pommel. Father had them engraved in Sasau.
Right. They're here. The Chamberlain gave them to us for you. We looked them over. Beautiful work. I've never seen anything so fine.
I can't wait to see the sword. Just make sure you don't botch it.
When did I ever botch anything?
Where shall I start?
Ah, shut up and give me what I want, or I'll kick your ass this evening.
Right away, your lordship.
Magnificent. Shame I can't keep the sword for myself. Well, I better go if we're to get the job done by this evening.
Godspeed. See you later in the tavern.
You certainly will. After today's work, the ale might even be on me.
Oh my god. Di pa ako tapos din sa isang mission because wala na akong pera.
About time. Have you got everything I wanted?
Not yet. I'm working on it.
And how much longer will it take? Get a move on.
No, I don't.
Annoying. So I need to get all of it first. No. Can I just steal money from people? I hate that I cannot haggle because I have no money. Hello, sir. I'll just...
So, can we get started?
Yes, we can.
We can. Good. And since today's the last time we'll be seeing each other, you can show me everything I've taught you so far. Very well. Let's start with the basics. Keep moving. Your life depends on it. All right. Now try to hit me. You have to put your weight into your attack. If you just fiddle around, you'll get nowhere. Try slashing from different sides. Unpredictability is the key. Never repeat yourself. Now you're getting it. Good. Nice. Fine. Fine. The point of the blade is for stabbing. Try it a few times.
Stab.
Not bad. Again. All right. Very good. Good. Let's try something else. One strike I can fend off without a sweat. But if you chain your strikes, I'll have a much harder time. As soon as you land one blow, follow it with another. Not bad. Again. Good. Once again. Now you're getting it. But I'm tired of first. Remember though, train hard. No one becomes
Okay, natapos na.
work and work. But the main thing is to use what you've learned in real
Pero wala pa rin akong
nothing
ano.
better than experience.
Wala pa rin akong gold. Kuha na lang ako ng halaman, tapos ibebenta ko, I guess. Eat this. Wait lang. How much was it? 9? 4.5. I need why you have to do this, sir? I have to pick up plants because of you. Repeat
I'm
this
still quite hungry.
weird animation of him just kneeling down to get the plants. Sige, good luck sa yung ano, sa yung gagawin. Okay, maybe I can sell this.
That's good health to you. Goodbye.
Ay, pagkain lang pala pwede ibenta dito.
See you after.
Take care.
Sell.
Can we do something about the price?
Why not?
Is this enough?
A nice sum. Just lower your demands a little and we'll agree.
Okay, 3.6.
I'll go for that.
May pera na yata ako for this one. I hate this guy.
Can we do something about the price?
Sure, why not?
Sure, why not?
Is this enough?
Come now, just a little more and we have a deal. Finally, a reasonable sum.
4.2. Finally! I want to haggle! I need to haggle! Naalala ko tuloy yung Life of Brian. Ay. Okay, tapos na tayo sa mga mission. Finally.
About time. Have you got everything I wanted?
I have charcoal, the hilt, and the ale. We can start.
Good job. Let's have it then, son. Where have you been with that ale? It's as flat and warm as horse piss. Go back and get me another, and you can pay for it yourself. That's the price of stupidity.
The beer is warm because I... hate this.
Just like that?
Come on up and take a look. I've got everything you need.
God be with you, Henry. Well, you're a sight for sore eyes.
I'm back.
I can see that. What's the matter?
I need another pitcher of ale. The last one wasn't cold enough for Father.
You want me to get it for you?
Right. And a smile from you.
Good luck.
Ooh.
Here you are.
Thanks.
It's on me today. You can pay me back this evening.
Out of the question. Here you go. And this evening I'll have something more for you.
I can't wait.
The Deutsch is mouthing off again.
Oh,
Well, I'd say he's an
Hey, let's go back. Let's go.
About time. Have you got everything I wanted?
Not yet. I'm working on it.
And how much about...
I have charcoal, the hilt.
Good job. Let's have it then, son. Well done.
Well done.
Right. Let's see what kind of job the master in Sasau did for us. Look at that, lad. That's what I call craftsmanship.
What does the inscription mean?
Damned if I know. Doesn't look like Czech to me. Latin, maybe? Lord Radzig ordered it. Oh, this will be the finest sword I've ever made. Have you got the charcoal? Good. Then fire up the forge. We'll put it all together. By the way, I heard some gossip about what happened to Deutsch. I expect you know something about it.
Maybe.
Maybe? Someone threw dung at Deutsch's freshly lime-washed house, maybe? And maybe those cronies of yours had something to do with it?
That Deutsch was talking treason in the tavern about Sigismund and the king. He got what he deserved.
Oh, got what he deserved, did he? Look, I don't know if you're mixed up in this or if it's just those friends of yours. It's all the same to me. But I have a trade to run. The German pays well. And having my son in the pillory helps nothing and nobody, least of all the king. Do you understand?
Yes.
Look me in the eye, Henry. Do you understand?
Yes, Dad.
Good. Then we'll never have this conversation again.
What, so you think it's right to let traitors speak ill of the king?
Does that boy ever listen to a word I say? So Deutsch spouts rubbish. So what? You might win a fight with violence, but you'll never win an argument. Remember, Henry, if you want to convince someone that they're wrong, try using your mouth, not your fists.
Yeah. I certainly did not convince
Furnace is ready.
That guy.
Right, we'll do the grit. I'll heat it up, and when I take it out, you slip the grip on so it fits exactly. You know what you're doing. Do it. Good. Once more. That's it. Done. Now file it down so it sits well in the hand. I'll prepare the guard.
Father, why did you leave Prague? Who ever heard of a master swordsmith making horseshoes in a village?
I had my reasons, Hal. And here I have your mother and you. Why would I want any other life?
Do you remember Emperor Charles?
I do. Life was good under his reign.
Better than now.
He built half of Prague, and a score of castles, had a bridge made over the Moldau, and founded a university, and all without a war. He knew how to rule.
Better than Wenceslas.
Better by far. But Wenceslas doesn't have it easy. It's hard to step into the shoes of someone whose like is born only once 1,000 years.
What about Sigismund?
Do you think Charles would have brought an army down on his own people like Sigismund? No. Wenceslas may not be the equal of his father, but Sigismund, he brings shame to the royal name. How's it going? Give it here, and we'll put it all together.
It's magnificent.
Indeed it is. The Lord be with you. My father sent me for those nails.
Good day to you, Teresa. They're ready. Will you fetch them for me, Hal? They're in the trunk in the living room.
Already got it.
Here are those nails you wanted.
Thanks. So, how's Bianca?
She's fine. Why do you ask?
Just wondering, will you be going to the dance this evening?
We will.
Maybe we'll see each other there. Anyway, mustn't keep you. I'll be on my way. That sword is truly beautiful.
She's better than Bianca.
Fine lass, eh?
What the hell was that shot?
Now stop staring at her and come and see this. It's time for the trial by fire.
Trial by fire.
We did a fine job.
I would expect nothing less from such a renowned swordsmith.
Those days are gone, sir.
You haven't lost your skills, though. Would you like to try it?
Sir, what good is a sword to a commoner?
Let him try it. You still have a lot to learn. Ask your father to show you how. He knows what he's about.
Learning his trade will serve him better in life, sir.
Perhaps. But who knows what the future holds for each of us. I see that you almost have it finished.
It just needs a polish, then Henry will bring it to you.
Excellent. Fine work, very fine. A sword such as this will bring honor to its bearer. What say you, Svan?
True, Sir Radzik. If I'd have had its like back in Nicopolis, things would have worked out differently. How odd to find such an accomplished swordsmith working in a place like this. A man of his talent would have no problem making a fortune in Prague or Vienna.
You're right. It's a very long and peculiar story.
I'd be glad to listen to it over a cup of wine, but duty calls, and I must leave. Here you are. Learn from your father. He truly is a master of his craft.
I'm sure our paths will cross again.
He certainly will.
Once it's ready, send your son up to me with it. Good work, Martin.
Sir.
It's been an honor, Sir Istvan. Have a safe journey to Sasau.
The honor is mine, Sir Radzik. Thank you for the hospitality.
A long, peculiar history. That was a long time ago. I might tell you about it sometime, but not today.
Will you teach me how to use it, like Sir Radzik said?
Why?
Well, it could come in useful. Maybe I'll travel a bit before settling down. I'd like to know more than the tavern on the green and the forge.
You know the trouble with an adventurous life, son? It can end before it gets started. I might teach you how to handle a sword, and then someone will shoot you with a crossbow as soon as you set foot outside the house.
You talk as if you've seen it happen.
A man my age has seen a lot. Being a blacksmith might bring no glory, but it has its benefits, like keeping your head on your shoulders. I want to end my days in Skalitz, here, beneath the linden tree and by your mother's side.
Well, so do I, one day. But first, I'd like to see the world, meet new people.
Meet them or beat them?
Meet. You have to keep going on about it.
Then you've no need to learn swordplay.
A messenger.
He was in a hurry. What's happened?
Oh no.
carefully. Take the sword, go into the house, and grab anything else important from the trunk. Go to the castle. Hurry!
What about you?
Your mother is in the village. I'll fetch her and we'll follow right behind.
I'll go with you.
No! You'll do what I say right now. Give the sword to Sir Radzik. If anything happens, he'll take care of you. He owes me.
Quickly! We have to close the gates!
Move! Come on, we're closing!
Move it, people!
Come on!
We're running
Come
out of
on!
time! Oh, Henry! Thank God! Get inside, quick! We have to shut the
Keep
gates!
running, people! Come on!
Mind this for me.
Are you mad? You can't go back! Ah!
Get through the gates!
Get through the gates! Baza! Father, no! Run, Henry, run!
Come on, Hal! You can still make it! Run! Find a horse! Ride to town, Merc! Tell them what's coming! Warn them!
Run by the moat! There's a path down there! Jump down from the wall and flee!
My sword! Sir Radzik is like, my sword!
You pigs! Don't touch me, or I'll kill you! Go to hell, you Tatar beast!
Papi Jabba, mi ez? Nyírjátok ki a fattyút!
Ah! Ah! I'm dead, I'm dead. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead! That was my bad. Why can't I main hand? How do I controls? Bahan nga natin ng sensitive. Ah. Okay.
Ah!
I fell.
You pigs! Don't touch me, or I'll kill you!
You can call your horse anytime, then mount it. Walk your shift. Okay. Run, 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 run.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Weird cutscene, but okay.
Yeah. Left. Talmberg is to the left, along the stream.
Tudod, hogy fog végződni?
Yeah.
I'm gonna die. Help!
Run for it!
Help!
Flee! Oh, God!
Tapos lakmintay tehvet!
Kiva sokmelet!
Okay, umabot ako.
Oh my god! Wait! Jesus Christ!
Help! Skeleton's been attacked! Do something! Help!
Quickly, everyone! Get!
Wait lang. May tao sa labas.
You're out of there!
Hey! And loose!
Hajo! Hosungine! They're turning tail! Quickly! We're closing the gate!
Someone give him a drink. And bring hot wine and bandages.
Hot wine.
Tell me, boy, who are you and where are you from? What in hell's name happened?
I've come from Skalitz. They burned it to the ground. Slaughtered everyone.
Who? Who burned it to the ground?
A huge army. They attacked without warning. And they weren't Czechs or Germans either.
Who then?
I don't know. I've never seen armor like it or heard their language. Maybe Tatars?
Tartars, you say? Yeah. Well, we'll deal with that later. First, let's have a look at that leg of yours.
I don't know.
Grit your teeth, boy. I'm gonna pull that arrow out.
The guards are like, oof.
Easy. All done. You were lucky, lad. The arrow missed the bone. It only needed bandaging, and I've done that often enough before. War is a good teacher. Can you stand? There you go. Good as new.
Thank you.
If you idlers nothing better to do, get back to work. You'll have to speak to Lord Divish. Can you manage?
Lord Divish.
Sir, this is a survivor from...
I heard, Robard. Tell me, boy, what exactly happened? Did you see the ensigns of the attackers? And were there any more survivors?
So, I don't know what army it was, but it was huge. There were dozens of banners flying on the hill above Skalitz. The ones who did the slaughtering spoke a strange language. They burned Skalitz to the ground, but a lot of people took refuge in the castle. I wasn't quick enough. And as I fled, they shouted from the battlements that I should come and warn you.
The soldiers the boy didn't recognize. They could be those Cumans of Sigismund's. It said they came to Hungary from the east, and now they're the core of his army. Sacking Gutenberg must have given him a taste for stolen silver.
Skalitz is a small castle, sir. If Sigismund attacks, they can't hold.
Indeed, Sir Robard. And our small garrison would be no help, even if we could risk sending them.
You think we're next in line?
Maybe. What's your name, boy?
I'm Henry, son of the Skalitz blacksmith.
I know him. Did he make it inside the castle? I'm sorry. It's in God's hands now. No one else can help us. Anyway, thank you for risking your neck to warn us. Robard, take care of Henry. Make sure he gets something to eat and some rest.
Yes, sir.
And get all the people inside the gates. We have to prepare for the worst. Make all the necessary arrangements.
As you command, sir.
Ride to Talmberg. Dr. Sir Robot. Tapos na yan.
Any word from the huntsman? I talked to him. He's got half a dozen hares for us, 4 quail, and he saved half a deer for us too. That should do. When will he bring them? He promised he'd bring them the day after tomorrow. Excellent. You'll take care of it when he comes? Certainly, sir.
Hey!
You've done well, lad. I'm sorry for your loss. You must be all done in. Why don't you go to the kitchen and have a good meal? Sorrow is easier to bear on a full stomach.
It must have been terrible there.
I heard about
How
your
did it
father.
happen?
They say he was a swordsmith. I can't understand why he'd waste his talents, but I'm sure he had his reasons. He had a fine reputation. It's a great loss.
Don't you start.
Ah, milady.
Milady?
You're fortunate our good lady Stephanie of Talmberg has graced us with her presence.
My lady, I'm honored.
So this is our brave young man. Welcome, lad. Bojena here will take care of you. No doubt you're tired and hungry.
Indeed. How could he not be, poor soul? After everything he's been through, he must be as hungry as a bear, aren't you, young master? Here you are, then. Eat your fill.
And a little wine to wash it down.
Thank you, my lady.
When you're done, you can go and rest with the grooms in the Outer Bailey.
No, that won't do, Sir Robard. After all he's been through, he deserves a proper bed. Let him sleep in a lodge in the courtyard.
Certainly, my lady. Young Henry here is overwhelmed by your generosity.
Yes, thank you, my lady. May God reward you for your kindness.
Eat up now. You're in capable hands, so... Good night.
Good night.
Good night, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. My lady.
When you're done, you can sleep in the bedchamber of the courtyard lodge. And don't forget to take off those filthy boots before getting into bed.
Naantok na siya. Sleep. Sing siya. Finally awake. Da-da-da.
Today the patrols will be doubled. Keep your eyes peeled if you see anything out of the ordinary. Understood? Yes, sir.
Yes?
It is I, Henry. Forgive the intrusion. I didn't wake you, boy, did I?
My lady... No, not at all. But what brings you here at this hour?
I thought you could do with a little wine. It's just what you need to help you sleep.
My lady, thank you. You really shouldn't. You could have sent a servant.
I was going to. But to tell you the truth, I couldn't sleep either. I thought of you while saying my prayers. How awful it must have been for you. I came to offer you solace, to let you know you're not alone.
Thank you. Thank you kindly.
You're welcome. Now, Henry, I know this is all very new and strange for you. But I want you to feel at home here. You're not to worry about anything except getting better. God knows you've been through a terrible ordeal. I know what it is to be left alone in the world, although your loss is much greater. But with God's help, the pain will ease in time. And it can help to talk about it, if you feel like it.
Talk about it. Because it's the best thing you can do.
You might be right, my lady. I'll tell you what happened. It was terrible and unexpected. The day started just like any other. Father sent me into town on some errands. I went to the tavern to buy ale for Father. I know it's a job for a groom, but I didn't mind, because my girl Bianca worked there. I courted her a while and we agreed to meet in the evening, but our meeting was never to happen.
Oh dear boy.
Oh my god.
When I'd done all the errands, I headed back home. I promised Father I'd help him with his work, and I was looking forward to it. He was forging a sword for Sir Radzi. Father and I always chat in the forge. On that particular day, I asked him if he'd teach me swordsmanship. He said no. He said it's better for a man to keep his head on his shoulders than lose it over some pointless heroism. If only you'd known what fate had in store for us.
Oh.
But Sigismund's horde was already on the horizon, ready to attack the town. I saw smoke on the horizon from a village Sigismund pillaged on the way to our town, which was soon to meet the same fate.
God have mercy.
And then death descended on Skalitz.
What is this?
The gate to the castle was open. The bells and horns sounded the alarm, and the villagers ran to the castle to take cover. They were carrying the few possessions they could grab in haste, and I saw the terror in their eyes.
I can't even imagine how awful it must have been.
I ran to the castle like our neighbours to take cover, but I didn't make it. I had to find another way
This
to
is
save
a
myself.
weird
The
bug.
men on the battlements called down to me to flee to Townburg and warn you. I was lucky I knew a concealed path around the castle. I wasn't safe yet. The Cumans were going from house to house below the castle, looting and then torching them. They encircled the castle, and it was clear they could spot me at any moment.
May God punish them.
Then I heard a scream. It was Teresa, the mill wench. She'd been caught by a gang of Cuman savages who planned to violate her. I had Sir Radzig's sword, and even though there were several of them and they were better armed, I had to try and save her. I wanted there to be at least one person I'd helped. And I succeeded, even though it almost cost me my life. After that, I stole a horse from them and rode off.
Like a valiant knight.
I'll never forget the horror. It will haunt me for the rest of my life.
That's terrible. How could something like that happen?
God alone knows why he lets such things happen.
You poor boy. I understand your grief, but God is not to blame for the ills of this world. That is the work of Satan and those who do his bidding, those who are corrupted by greed,
Well,
envy, and pride.
ma'am, I
You
do
must
not
not
know
lose
about
faith,
that.
whatever life brings. Fate has not been merciful to me, and my husband either. Although in comparison to the horrors you went through. I was young when I married my husband. It was my father's wish. Divish was a lot older than I, but a woman must bear her lot. Shortly after our marriage, before I even got a look at Talmberg, the castle was stormed and my husband was imprisoned.
Really?
My husband had some quarrel with Sir Havel Medek of Valdek, who decided to resolve it by force. He stormed the castle, burned down the village of Pribyslavitz, and killed many of our men, even the old chamberlain. He imprisoned my husband in the castle and put his own garrison there.
That's awful.
I was barely 18 years old, and all of a sudden, I was left alone with Sir Robert. We didn't know what to do. We went to Prague to appeal to the king and sought help from Divish's friends, but all to no avail. We tried for years, but it seemed I was destined to be left alone and my husband to rot in jail in his own castle.
Years, you say?
7 years. That's how long it took before Havel was condemned as an enemy of the crown. And even then, he refused to surrender the castle and release my husband. In the end, I raised the money to pay a ransom, and only then, by the grace of Lord Jesus, did I finally lay eyes on my husband once more.
7 years. And was Havel punished for it?
Never. And after 7 years, my husband returned to me an infirm old man.
Sir Divish seems like a good, strong man.
Certainly, only he has many concerns. He had to rebuild Talmberg. After he was released, the king appointed him Burgrave of Prague Castle, and he was very busy. He had no time for me at all. But at least we were in the city, and there was something going on. And now, we're here.
My lady, you're still young and beautiful. Your best years are still ahead of you.
Would that that were true, lad. Would it were true. But
It
what
is
am I
true.
doing bothering you with this? You have troubles enough of your own. I'll go and let you sleep. I enjoyed our little talk, Henry. Good night, and God bless.
Good night, my lady.
My lady. Good night, my lady.
Move in, people! Come on! Come on! We're running out of time! Quickly! We have to close the gates! You can't go back!
Henry, help us!
Help us, son. Don't be a coward. Grabe, ginagaslight.
Wake up. You don't want to miss this.
What is it? What's happening?
Come to the battlements. One of our patrols reported a company heading here from Skalitz.
it's a strong castle, though.
Prepare for the worst. But don't be daunted by their numbers. Heed my commands, and all will end well.
What's going on?
I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Why would Sigismund advance on Talmberg in the night? Especially since he's lost the element of surprise after the raid on Skalitz.
Maybe it's not him.
Then who is it? The scouts Jivish sent to Skalitz to spy on Sigismund said he'd set up camp and was getting ready to storm the castle. And so Radzig is an experienced soldier. He'd surely hold the castle for quite some time. It doesn't make sense.
What else did the spies see?
Not much of anything. Before they could get close enough, this huge storm started. And you were right. Sigismund has a hell of a lot of soldiers, including all manner of mercenaries. An army like that costs a fortune. Well, anyway, we'll find out when they get here, won't we?
Aye, we will.
Good luck to you.
Halt!
Who goes there?
Lucifer and all his minions. Who else, Robert?
Sir Radzig. What a relief.
Is his lordship there with you?
Yes, sir. He is right here.
What are you doing up so late, Divish? At your age, you need a good night's sleep.
Well, Radzig, you didn't exactly pick the best time for an outing either. In a big hurry?
It was a bit of a scramble, all right. Believe it or not, this tempest is a godsend for me and my men. As my old granddad used to say, better a sore throat than a slit throat.
I'd say your grandfather was a wise man. Your messenger told us what happened.
Messenger?
The lad you sent to warn us.
He's alive? He made it to you?
He's here with me. He only got away by the skin of his teeth, though.
Thank God.
A brave young man. But tell me, friend, how on earth did you manage to get away?
Thank God for this tempest. When it began, Sigismund's Tatars crawled into their holes and left us storming the castle for more clement weather. We were able to sneak out right under their noses. The Lord be praised. We wouldn't have stood a chance against them.
Would you like to spend the night in Talmberg?
No, no. When Sigismund finds the castle empty tomorrow, he might come looking for us. We'd only be exposing you to danger. Without me and my men, he has no call to attack you.
What will you do then?
We'll march to Ratai. It's only a short way, and there we'll have a better chance of defense and enough room for all of these people. If Sigismund should come, better bend your knee, Divish. There's no point dying in a battle that's futile.
You're right there.
Is that boy still with you?
I'm here, sir.
You have courage, lad. That I can't deny. I am sorry about what happened. Would you care to join us?
I'd like to, sir, but first I have to return to Skalitz.
Are you mad? What do you want there?
I can't leave my mother and father. I won't leave their corpses rotting in the street. I'll join you once I've taken care of them.
Don't even think of going back there, you donkey. Are you tired of living?
Sir!
Quiet! I'm sorry about your father, but getting killed as well won't help him. Divish, make sure that lad doesn't budge from Talmberg until things quieten down.
Not to worry, friend. Anyway, he's injured and needs to recover. I'll lock him up here as if he were Havel of Baldic.
I've seen you've grown a thick skin since your tribulation, sir. But thank you. We'll meet again when circumstances are more favorable. Farewell.
Farewell, friend, and good fortune. Give my regards to Sir Hanush.
I will. And good luck to you and your people, too. These are dark times. Move out!
Anywhere, people! Move out! It's only a short way to Ratai now!
Man. Well, to be honest, I do.
Men, the Tonight we'll have trip.
Do not like the idea
What is it you need?
of
I could use an extra pair of eyes. Yours included.
going back
Will you keep watch
to
at the battle?
skeleton.
Is that a request or an order?
I'd rather it was a request you answered yes to.
Of course I'll help. I'll have to pay you back somehow after all you've done for me.
Splendid. And don't worry. I'll tell the men to relieve you later. God be with you.
Wait lang, CR lang ako. Ayan.
God be with you.
What do you think about how the Scallows vote?
Thank the Lord.
Seems everyone thought that.
Well, we were all expect, and come he will of that. By the way, Henry.
Thank you.
God be with you. Wandering around like a stray sheep. Must be your first watch, eh? I don't think anything much will be happening today. You can just lean against the wall and wait till morning. I'll show you what's what.
I will. Thank you.
Let's go.
See how the self-appointed king wins the love and respect of his loyal subjects.
Indeed, Robard. Sigismund of Luxembourg has a rare talent for winning people over to his cause. You may be in for a surprise.
Wait lang. Yeah. Okay. Balik na.
I don't think he will set his heathen dogs on us today.
Greetings, Lord of Talmberg.
That's the bastard who led the attack at Scallis and killed my parents.
Don't be an idiot. Do you want to end up like them?
I am Sir Markwart von Aulitz. I come in the name of Sigismund of Luxembourg, King of Hungary and Croatia, who has resolved to strike against those who disrupt concord in the land and to restore order in the name of his brother, King Wenceslaus IV.
Restore order by burning and pillaging the king's estates.
Greetings, Sir Markwart. The efforts of the king's brother to bring order to this chaotic land are undoubtedly noble. It seems to me, though, that he and his army have somewhat strayed. As Burgrave of Prague Castle, I am entirely beholden to the king, and here in Talmberg divine peace reigned until your arrival. To what then do we owe the honor of your visit?
Yesterday, His Majesty took action against the enemy of the kingdom, Sir Radzig Kobyla, who has been using the silver from the Skalitz mine to fund insurrection against the crown. Unfortunately, the insurgent escaped. Would you happen to know, noble sir, where he might be at this time?
As far as I know, the Sir Radzig of which you speak is the king's hetman at Skalitz. I find it hard to imagine that he would rebel against our king. Nevertheless, I can assure you that Sir Radzig is not at Talmberg. He would be a fool indeed to flee from one castle, where he has little chance of defense, to another, where he has even less. Or do you take the view that my humble manner is any obstacle to your army?
Am I to inform the king then that Sir Radzig Kobyla is not at Talmberg and that he has your loyalty?
Sir Radzig Kobyla is not here. and I have no intentions of getting embroiled in affairs from which I have nothing to gain.
Very well, sir. As you wish. I will relay your words to the king in the hope he will be as well disposed as you seem to be.
Those who have clean consciences and goodwill may find themselves well disposed even at moments like this, when there is little cause for joy. Farewell, sir.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Wait lang. Say they are not there.
My lord, you have my utmost admiration.
Get on with you, Robard.
Wow, look at the chat. Talk to Sir Robard. This is the part in the game that
God be with you.
Sir Robard, I need to get to Skalitz.
What would you do there, lad? Sigismund might have left, but the place will be swamped with robber barons, brigands, deserters, and other vermin. And anyway, your lord commanded you to stay here.
My parents died there, and I won't leave them to be ravaged by dogs. I have to bury them.
Good God, boy. Do you want to throw your life away for those who can never get theirs back? Do you think that's what they'd want? Forget it.
Farewell.
I feel quite hungry.
My very brains. You never know if he'll come home from the fields alive.
Nothing ever good enough for him. Always.
God be with you.
I need to get out of here.
And I need a feather bed with a comely wench in it. But it looks like we'll both be disappointed. Sir Divish gave orders not to open the gate, and you especially are not to be let out.
My mother and father were left in Skalitz like carrion. I have to bury them. I can't leave them to the dogs.
I'm sorry, my friend, but I can't. You'll have to persuade Sir Robard, or think something up so I don't end up in the shit for it. Otherwise, forget it.
All right, I'll see what I can do.
May the Lord watch over you. What was that?
Hey, who's there?
No one's there. Uh. Come on, get out.
Is someone there? You! What the hell are you fooling around here for? You off right now or I'll fucking see you off. Is there something you need?
How is this?
Ah!
Wala akong lockpick.
I need to get out of here.
You here again, boy? Didn't I tell you?
I need to get out of here.
You here again, boy? Didn't I tell you how much trouble I'd be in if I let you, of all people, out?
Is there someone here who trades in...
Hungry, are you? For anything else, you should see a fellow called Votava. Folk aren't too fond of him, because he's as surly as a wet cat. But he can get you just about anything.
Otaka.
Farewell.
That's putting it mildly. I can't do it in cream sauce because it gives him gut trouble. He can't stand the smell of garlic, hates mustard, and bacon is too
How long it's taking him to put up that fence. And that cow of his trampled our cabbages.
What's so hard about putting up a fence? Ask him.
God.
Do you think it was a cathedral building? Always
Nasaan?
adding fancy bits and decorations. All I want is somebody to keep that damn cow. Out there again yesterday.
And if he doesn't like it, I'll lock him in the hen. ruffle his feathers. Maybe you should have done that a long time ago. You're right there.
Jesus Christ be praised.
Can we trade?
If you've got the coin.
May the Lord watch over you.
What?
I'd like to discuss the price.
Why not?
Wait. Ito lang yung makukuha ko.
Looks like it's going to be a good year for the apples. Can we trade?
If you've got the coin.
May the Lord watch over you.
Let's have a word about the price.
Why not?
Uh-huh.
What about this?
Close. Drop the price a bit more and we'll shake on it.
Oh, that's a decent price. Can we trade?
If you've got the coin.
Take care now.
Let's have a word about the price.
Naturally.
Naturally.
Since it's you.
Come now. Just a little more and we have a deal.
Satisfied?
Well now. A little more and we'll shake on it.
Mm-hmm.
That's a sum I can live with.
Be honest, no.
Do you need help?
Um. mm, I think this is better. Mm.
Ah!
Alam ko hard, very hard. Pare. Over-encumbered pa ako. Di pa naman. Lapit na.
Can we trade?
If you've got the coin. May the Lord watch over you.
Wow! And I don't need this. Let's sell. What do I have equipped on me? Nothing else.
Can we do something about the price?
Naturally.
Naturally.
Satisfied?
Close. Drop the price a bit more and we'll shake on it. Aye, for that amount I can be persuaded.
Wait, I don't have any boots. I sold them.
I need to get out of here.
Then I'm afraid you're out of luck. Ah, I see. All right then. But if you breathe a word about me to anyone...
Do I? Wait. Do I not have a horse? Hello, let me in. Well... Shit. Should have rode my horse, man. Can I load? Yes? Question mark. Can I load the game?
God be with you.
Sir Robard, I need to get to Skalitz.
What would you do then?
Sir Robard, my parents died there. I can't leave them to be eaten by dogs. What would you do in my place?
Sorry, lad, but I won't take orders. You'll have to wait until everything settles down, and maybe your lord will change his mind.
Good luck.
Yeah. Let me just... see what I can...
And
a dozen men was no match for one of them on their faces.
Aye, I saw them. Made my blood run cold. I heard they eat broth from corpses.
God be with you.
Can we trade?
If
Can
you've
we
got
trade? Sell. Well, I don't have anything worth selling. This one is so expensive. I do have
I feel quite hungry.
Is there nothing I can sell? Let's try selling this.
Can we trade?
If you've got the coin. May the Lord watch over you.
Just need one.
Can we do something about the price?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, so.
Actually, let's final offer is gonna be good. This one is uh-huh. Let's see. Get it? Huh? The items are not there. Maybe I should talk to this guy first.
My respects to you.
I need to get out of here.
And I need a...
My mother and father were left in Scarlet.
I'm sorry, my friend, but I can't.
What am I supposed to think up?
How should I know? If a Talmberg soldier turns up...
All right, I'll have a...
Good luck to you.
Okay. So I do need to get a quest before I go here. Get some arrow. Is there an exit here? I'm going around in circles. Hello. Olena. Sure. Okay, guess I'll go down.
I need to get out of here.
Then I'm afraid you're out of luck. Ah, I see. All right then. But if you breathe a word about me to anyone, good luck to you.
I see.
Are you blind, for Christ's sake?
Run. To be honest, ano lang naman to eh. Prologue. This whole thing is a prologue.
You'll have to wait for me here, friend. Better to keep going on my own. Looks like they've already gone.
Look at all the dead.
What's that? Who's there? What's the... Well, I never. The pig turns up willing. Subsidiary.
Get going then. But leave that weapon right where it is.
So be it.
I'm gonna be the one looting. What do you mean? The sword that I'm using was before demands even higher What's this mean? Nice still. We eat food.
Sweet Jesus. It's the charcoal burner.
Why do they have random horseradishes in their body? I get the pretzel and everything else.
Hey!
No! Easy be! Don't kill me. I have nothing.
Why would anyone do this? What did these poor souls ever do to them?
Over Gumbird of all the food. Drop this. Now that's what they need. Bandages.
Hey, who's there? Who's there? Answer to my prayer. Just when I wanted to vent. I'll slay you, you scum.
I do not know what that is. Okay. I guess it's something that I can equip. player stats. Q. I'll get this instead.
What's that? Answer to my prayer. Just when I wanted to vent my rage on something. Ah! Ah! Ow! Ah! Ah! Oh! Enough!
Bailiff. He wouldn't run like me. He died with a sword in his hand. You stood by his side and he did this to you. He didn't run away. He didn't abandon you like me.
Why did you do it to me, Father? Why? Why did you leave me? Forgive me. Forgive me for everything. Next time I won't run. I'll never run away again. I'll find the one who did this to you. I remember his face. I'll find him.
You're missing the point, Henry. It's not what your father wanted for you.
But first, I have to find this shovel and take care of you. I remember you told me you wanted to lie beside Mother. Here. Under the linden tree. At least I can do that much for you.
Speed.
Get away, you mutt! Get away, you beast!
What's going on? Vishak, what in God's name are you doing?
What do you think I'm doing? Digging turnips? The beast just went for me.
You not mock the butchers.
Isn't that body the butcher's?
Yeah, that's him. What's that got to do with anything?
Just leave it be.
I'd say the poor creature is standing guard over his master. You weren't trying to get to him, were you?
What do you care what I'm doing here? What are you doing?
Came to bury my parents.
So bury them and leave me be.
If you lend me that spade, I have to dig a grave and I can't find another.
What's it worth? I see you have a fine sword. I'll gladly trade you my spade for that. How did you come by it, anyway?
My father forged it for Sir Radzik. It's my duty to deliver it to him. It's not for sale.
Go right ahead and dig that grave with your sword. See how that goes. And where will you dig it anyway? Here? You're not going to lay your parents in unhallowed ground, are you?
Father said he wanted to be buried here, and I can't take them to St. James's. God willing, later I can find a priest to consecrate the ground. I've interrupted you robbing the dead. Is that why you're so ill-tempered? You bastard. Haven't you got a shred of honour?
And what of it? The butcher has no more need of coin. And now that I think of it, your sword would do me quite nicely as well. Will you hand it over without a fuss, or do you want to end up like the butcher?
The only way you'll touch this sword is when I shove it in your guts.
So that's the way of it?
Easy there, boy. You know me. A good master won't be needing this anymore.
Nakatakihin lang ako ng aso kung pag kinuha ko yung item.
This is a good place. You're gonna like it.
What do I have to do? Ayun. Tagal, hindi ko mahanap.
So, let's get to it.
Yes.
Damn it all.
Sedge moment.
How are we gonna do this?
Do you need some help?
Oh.
Is that him?
Yes. Can't you see the sword? Who are you? What do you want? Zbyszek?
Who do you think we are? Franciscan brothers? We're to rob you of everything you've got. Especially that fine blade that's of no use to a peasant like you anyway.
Banish the thought. It is my father's sword.
You mean him? I don't think he's going to be needing it. Listen here, boy. You hand over that sword, I might just let you go. If not, you're in for a family reunion you really don't want.
Leave me alone.
Kill him, Runt! Aye! Cut the bastard down! As you like. Could have just cost you a few teeth. Ah!
It.
Have at him, Runt. Get him.
Well, I tried. The cutscene anyway. Or I mean it's a thing. He is supposed to lose.
I told you how it would end. You should have listened to me. This is nice work. The chief is going to like it. It's new, isn't it? Now, for the maiden bloodletting. Surely your father never would have imagined it would be your blood. I believe there's a word for such moments. The old man would certainly know. But I'm just a common killer. Did you help make it? No doubt you did. Such miserable luck. To die by the sword you helped forge.
Hey, go fuckers! The games are over.
I tried. The combat in this game is kinda janky, to be honest. Kinda jank. Gonna lie. Wow! Look at that! It's like war is not existent. Homecoming. Spider-Man, is that you?
Mit keresel itt? Véletlenül kibújtál anyád szoknyája alól?
Do you need some help?
We need some milk.
Henry! There's work to be done.
Tagal naman mag-load. Grabe naman.
Wake up, Henry. It's past sunrise.
Henry, can you hear me?
Get up, Henry. Wake up. It's a new day.
Henry, can you hear me?
Wow, you're dirty.
Hallelujah. I thought you'd never wake. Were you having a nightmare?
Teresa?
You still have a fever. Uncle won't be pleased, but you'll have to stay in bed.
Where am I? In Skalitz?
We're at my uncle's mill in Rattay. I didn't know where else to go.
What happened?
You don't remember anything? I suppose that's not surprising. I found you in Skalitz after those bandits attacked you. I thought they'd done for you, but you were still breathing. Why in heaven's name did you go back there? It was madness. They slaughtered everyone who didn't run.
My parents, I wanted to bury them. I had to...
Don't worry. I took care of it.
Thank you.
Any good Christian would have done the same. Now sleep. You need your strength back. You're awake.
Good morning.
It's near midnight. You've slept all day.
Oh. Oh, I feel like a horse fell on me.
The beating you took was worse. But at least the fever's broken.
How did you manage to save me?
You were lucky. I was in Skalitz and I saw Zbyszek and his thugs. I tried to distract them, but it would have been no use if those soldiers from Tamburg hadn't arrived. They were searching for you and scattered the bandits.
What in the world were you doing in Skalitz?
Waiting to die.
What?
They killed my brothers, my family, my friends.
They're all dead.
All of them. Everyone I ever loved. They killed one of my brothers in the mines. After that, what did I have to live for?
Don't say that. There's always hope.
No, there isn't. But it doesn't matter. I'm a different person now.
Searching for me?
Yes. Lord Divish sent them, led by Captain Robard. So tell me, why is a lord of such high standing interested in a blacksmith?
Sir Divish promised Sir Radzig he'd look after me. But as for why they should care, I've no idea.
I have no idea too, sir.
I'm not surprised. I'll bring you water and something to eat. In the meantime, rest. You're still very weak. Good morning to you. How's the invalid today?
Ugh, haven't felt as good as this since they lashed me to the wheel and quartered me on the town square.
Got your sense of humour back. You must be better. My uncle will be glad to hear it. I had a job persuading him to let me bring you here. If you'd lain around much longer, he really would have dumped you on the town square. You can stay until you find somewhere else to live, but my uncle will want payment for taking you in and caring for you.
And this is your uncle's house?
We're in Ratay Mill. My uncle's miller Peshek. He took me in, and I talked him into taking care of you too.
I've been lying here long enough.
Uncle will be pleased he's one mouth less to feed. But are you truly well enough?
Well enough to do what has to be done. Where can I find Sir Radzig?
He's in the lower castle in Perkstein. He's a guest of Sir Hanush of Leipa. But someone like you can't just walk up bold as you please and demand an audience.
I know Sir Radzig, and I didn't bring him his sword as I was supposed to. I must see him.
If you insist. But you need to speak to my uncle first. You've been in your sickbed for over a fortnight while he paid the apothecary to tend to you, and for medicine. That's a good deal of a coin you owe him.
I've been lying here 2 weeks. My God.
Better a fortnight in bed than an eternity in the grave. If it weren't for my uncle, you wouldn't be here at all.
I owe you both my life, and I'll repay my debt. You have my word.
All right. But before you go to town, you should eat something. You're still weak. There's food on the table for you.
Thank you, Teresa. I have ancient maps. Is this my inventory? It is. Okay. Okay.
My name's Henry. Thank you for taking care of me here.
My name's Peshek, and I'm the miller here. You've already met my niece, Teresa. She took care of you for 2 whole weeks while you were in limbo. And talking of you being at death's door, while you were lying here, you worked up quite a bill with the bloodletter, who came now and again to keep you alive with his potions. That quack doesn't come cheap. I paid him what I could, but I still, that is, you still owe him.
I see. Well, it's better to be in debt than to lie dead in a ditch. What do I owe? I'm not afraid of hard work.
You won't pay for that shoveling manure. I might have a better job for you. And it's not something any fool can do. If you prove to me you're a clever lad, I might trust you with something you could really make money from. What do you say?
Well, what would you need from me?
A trifle. Just to take something from someone and bring it to someone else. And not get caught while you're doing it.
Oh,
that sounds straightforward enough. Except for not get caught. Why would anyone want to catch me?
Oh, don't worry. It's just a job like any other. Only this one requires, let's say, the right moral disposition. Do corpses bother you?
No honourable man should touch them. That's the executioner's job.
Did you expect I'd give you a hoe and send you out to the fields? You can dig all right, but somewhere else. I want to know whether you're going to hide behind some stupid fucking scruples, or if you might be useful for more unconventional work.
I was prepared for just about anything, but that's a bit much. But go on. Tell me more.
Listen, it's about this ring my mate Wojciech, the Kohelnitz miller, had his eye on. Trouble is, they buried the ring by the gibbet along with the villain they hung while he was wearing it.
Jesus Christ. You want me to dig up a corpse, take a ring from it, and give it to your friend in Kohelnitz? Is nothing sacred to you?
Money first, morals later. That fellow is dead. He won't miss it. Whatever bleeding heart came up with the idea that it's disrespectful to disturb a corpse never read the Bible. It's still a human body, only it's missing a soul. Why be disgusted by something created by God?
I think I've already heard more than I need to know. You've got the tongue of the devil himself. If you tried hard enough, I bet you could justify sodomy with a goat.
Watch your mouth, boy. There's a shovel here around the mill somewhere. If there's any problem, come and see me. And here's something on the side to make you dig better.
Thanks. I'll need it. I can't believe I've come to this. Digging up corpses.
Oh, and watch out for the executioner and his hounds. They're pretty savage. And I don't just mean the dogs. You can just throw them some meat. The dogs, that is. But the executioner? Well, don't vex him. Good luck to you.
How do I... Water through. Well, 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 well. Ito mo. How do I get there? Now I don't have any horse with me. Kinda sad. Kinda sad. Tsaka ako nagagawin yung isang quest. Can't really fast travel if I have like I'm over encumbered.
Halt! Who are you and where are you going?
I'm Henry, son of the Skalitz blacksmith. I'm going to see my liege, Sir Radzig Kobyla of Dvoyitz.
Of course you are, lad, and I'm the Pope. What do you want from his lordship, and what makes you think he'll see you?
I may not look the part, but I know about honour and duty. And mine is to tell Sir Radzig what happened to the sword he commissioned.
All right, then. Go ahead. It'll be your skin if Sir Radzig isn't pleased.
Can I find
Good people, come up close and have a smell. Fresh bread. Pour yourself a bit of fresh milk to drink.
Jesus Christ be praised.
Take care now.
see? Well, I cannot send any.
Flour, eggs, salt, yeast. Let it bake a bit and you'll be able to feed the whole family with fresh bread.
Trader.
Jesus Christ! Your clothes! Were you assaulted? Damn bandits! May they burn in hell!
I am sorry about my. I will sell. This one. This one. And this one. And
Let's talk about the price.
With salt, caraway
Naturally.
seeds, garlic, and more. You'll find it nowhere else.
Since it's you,
We're getting there. Just drop the price a bit more.
what?
are we agreed?
That sounds pretty interesting. A little less and I'll be satisfied.
Bread, fresh bread. Bread.
Satisfied?
Rolls, buns, and pretzels for you.
We're getting there. Just drop the price a bit more.
I'll go for that.
Basically, give her. What else can I sell?
Kettles for water, baskets for goods, and torches for the night. God be with you. God be with you.
Let's talk about the price.
Sure, why not?
What do you say to this?
A nice sum. Just lower your demands a little and we'll agree.
All right. And now?
A nice sum. Just lower your demands a little and we'll agree.
Very well, I agree.
Very well. Oh, I can sprint. Does it mean I also washed my stuff? What does that mean? Weapon. Ano ibig sabihin nito? Okay. You can remove that. Cutscene.
Could that be the smith's son, Hal?
On my soul, it is him. What are you doing here, lad? We thought you were done for.
I must speak with Sir Radzig. Is he here?
He's in the palace with Sir Hanush of Ratai. They're feasting in the Knight's Hall. What do you want with him?
My father made him a sword. He asked me to deliver it to Sir Radzig.
I don't see any sword.
No. Bandits attacked me and stole it. I need to tell his lordship what happened. And then I'm going to find the sword.
Of course you are, Hal. Good luck.
Thanks.
Well, I'm dead to Sir Radzig.
Your Graces, I have to tell you in all seriousness that this land of ours is in the shit. Deep fucking shit. Don't you agree?
I might not have put it as eloquently as you, Hanush, but I've been driven out of my own castle, so I'm hardly going to disagree.
Indeed. But Birkstein is yours for as long as you need it. There's room enough for your men and you here at Rattay, and I'm sure my ward won't have any objection to me lending you his castle.
I'd be honored. Pechstein is at your disposal as long as you wish, Your Grace.
Just as well you have another castle at the other end of town, eh? At any rate, I'm beholden to you, Sir Hans, and to you, Sir Hanush.
I don't like to speak ill of your people, Sir Radzig, but, well, there's no love lost between the townsfolk and the refugees. There's been talk of criminality.
No, they'll have to get used to it until the situation's resolved.
But when will it be resolved? And what on God's earth is this war even about? I won't lie, sir. I don't understand it.
You aren't alone, Father. I believe Sigismund's original intention was to persuade Wenceslas to accept the imperial crown and to leave the rule of Bohemia to him.
Who could blame him? I know Wenceslas is a friend of yours, Radzig, but even you have to admit he brought it upon himself.
I can't deny the king neglected affairs of state for other pursuits. There is a need for order in the land, but I don't think the lords who sided with Sigismund realized just what Hungarian order
You see that
looks like.
hand motion?
Hungarian order.
What concerns me, sir, is how a good Christian could resort to such brutality.
To give him his due, I don't think he expected the lords of this country to stand behind the king. But thanks to him, we're tearing ourselves apart, and now he has to get things under control.
But why in God's name does he have to use those barbarians?
Money is the root of all evil, young sir. Wars are costly, and this one has dragged on for a year. Sigismund ran out of coin for knights, so he recruited those whore sons that settled in Hungary. The less he pays, the more they make up for it with plunder.
That's why he attacked us. He was after our silver.
What are you doing? You've no business here. Clear off.
Wait, it's Henry. Henry, who disappeared after I clearly ordered him to remain at Taumberg.
I'm sorry, sir, but I had to bury my parents.
Had to? Do you think you were the only man who lost someone there? But the others listened to their lord.
And it wasn't just your own life you nearly threw away. So Robard and his men risked theirs to save you.
I'm sorry, but I had to.
Oh, there you go. When you have to, Radzig.
Your father was a remarkable man. And your mother, she was remarkable too. They deserved a Christian burial. Did you manage that at least?
No. I was attacked by thieves. I wouldn't be here now if it wasn't for that girl.
Girl?
The miller's daughter, Teresa.
The miller's daughter saved you from the footpads? Well, there's a tale to tell your children.
I owe her my life. She distracted them and then brought me to Ratai. But without Sir Robard, we'd both be dead.
Oh, that's what I call a good woman. Hang on to that one, lad.
Still, it's a great shame your parents are buried in unconsecrated ground. That means purgatory for them.
Be quiet, Friar. I didn't invite you here to eat me out of house and home and deliver a sermon while you were doing it.
If you're so concerned, Father, maybe you should save the innocent souls of these fine Christians yourself. Go to Skalitz and consecrate their graves. I assure you, if you're killed by bandits, your soul will soar straight to heaven, as long as someone buries you in consecrated ground first.
If there's anything left to bury, that plump carcass of yours would be quite a feast for the wolves and the crows. And one skeleton looks much like another, so how would we know which were your ordained bones or those of Sigismund's Tartars?
Be that as it may, why have you come here?
I must get your sword back.
Sword? My sword hangs here at my side.
No, the sword my father forged for you. One of those thieves stole it from me.
They almost killed him and he already wants to go back.
Takes after his father, I suppose. Lad, I've lost a castle, a village, silver mines, and a good half of my subjects. Why would I miss one sword?
Because it's the last one my father forged, and I promised him I'd deliver it to you.
I understand. I'd feel the same way. But prudence is the better part of valor, and a dead man keeps no promises.
Aye. The woman had to save his fat from the fire, and now he wants revenge. What kind of fool are you, boy?
No fool. Henry, you have courage, but you need training, arms, a horse. Or do you mean to beat this thief at dice?
No, sir. Please, take me into your service and give me the chance to learn these things.
The gall of him. Fled from the enemy, disobeyed your orders, duped Sir Divish, lost your sword, put Sir Robard in danger with his actions, and now he wants a promotion.
Sir Capon's right.
What you say is certainly true, except for fleeing the enemy. You would have run as well, believe me. Henry's earned some punishment, but how do you punish someone who's already lost everything, Courage and blind obedience are good qualities for a soldier, but a wise man also appreciates loyalty, perseverance, and determination. Besides, that was a fine sword that his father made. If he thinks he can get it back, I won't turn it down.
My lord, he's a peasant. You can't make a squire of a peasant.
Why not? Someone made a priest of a pig.
He's just a peasant, father. He's a blacksmith, and recent events have left me in need of his skills. So, you'd like to enter my service?
Sir, Yes, I would. You won't regret it.
Oh, I probably will. I'm doing this for your father, lad. Don't it disappoint me.
Oh, fortune has finally smiled on you today, lad. Make the most of it.
Now that I think about it, Sir Hanush, the boy needs training and experience, and you need spear carriers.
That's true. The bailiff is always complaining about your people making trouble in the camp. Maybe one of their own among the guard might help.
It might. In any event, it will prove valuable experience.
But let's be clear. You're the one paying him. Captain Bernard, see to his training, and then send him to the bailiff.
Yes, sir.
And don't spare him.
You can rely on it, sir.
Don't forget, Henry. Don't disappoint me.
I won't, my lord.
Man, Henry sucks. I don't like Henry at all. I mean, sure. I think you have to get it back, but where can I find grindstone? Grindstones? Here. Am I doing it right?
I'll have to get something to eat. I'm starting to get hungry.
Oh. I mean,
bad as that?
It's good.
Bread, fresh bread, bread, rolls, buns, and pretzels for you.
Vegetables, fruits, apples, cucumbers.
I see you survived.
Come get 'em.
Aren't you observant?
You still owe me. Don't think I've forgotten.
I don't owe you. I owe your father, and he's dead. So get out of here.
Bread, bread, rolls and pretzels.
You can't avoid this forever, you know.
Of course I can. It's you who can't piss me off forever.
You realise I could kill you without a moment's thought. Anytime I want to, you coward.
Haha, really? Then go ahead. Show me. Well,
Flour, egg, salt, yeast. Let it bake a bit, and you'll be able to feed the whole family with fresh bread.
Oh.
People, come up closer. Fresh bread. And pour yourself a bit of fresh milk.
Now.
How do you even...
Boha yeho.
Shit.
Fresh vegetables.
Damn.
Blood will be spilled.
I have seriously no idea what's happening.
Everything for the house.
Damn. I'm over here.
All you need to tame Mother.
Man, the combat is so janky.
Oh, damn.
Everything for the house. God. Best right here.
You're dead.
Forks and axes. All you need to tame Mother Nature.
Ang tagal ng laban na to.
Sod. Well landed. You're just lucky.
Flour, egg, salt, yeast. Let it bake a bit. You'll be able to feed the whole family with fresh bread.
Ow!
Greetings, neighbor.
Oh! Oh! Bloody hell!
Fresh bread. Come and get it. Man cannot live by bread alone.
Ah!
Come on. Something.
Shit.
Good people, come up and smell. Pour yourself a bit of fresh milk to drink.
Ang bagal ng character ko, bagal ni Henry. Why does he get to knee me while I cannot?
Cunt!
Oh my god.
Take that! This is going to be quick. Bring it on.
I'm dead. Let's load the game because I do not want to. Don't want to experience that again. Man, the combat is the hand-to-hand combat is weird. You know what? Let's just go to the training. Tayo naman. DLC ko. Still far. So here.
Captain Bernard's not here. I should stop by during the day.
What? Okay. It's almost night.
I'll have to get something to eat. I'm starting to get hungry.
Oh, let me sleep.
Ulan. Huh? Why can't I fast travel? It's a dog. Go dog. You look like a dog. um.
day to you. What do you need?
I'm here for training.
Yes, you're that boy Sir Radzik sent.
Yes, that's me.
Let's get to it then, since that's what Sir Radzik wishes. And because you've never held a sword in your hand before, we'll start with something simpler.
Very well.
Come with me and listen closely. I don't want to be repeating myself. Good luck to you.
Let's go.
So let's see what you're made of. Hold it properly and keep moving. Never stand still when your life depends on it. Right, good. Now, try attacking. You've got to put your back into a good slash. No use waving the sword around like you're swatting flies. Go into the attack with your whole body. Try slashing from various sides to get used to it. Very good. Not bad. Very good. Ah, that's it. Good. That pointy tip isn't for decoration. Try stabbing me with it a few times. Well done. Well done. Very good. That will do. Slashing, stabbing, and movement are the foundations that you build everything else on. Now, let's try something more complicated. One strike I can simply fend off. You mustn't give your opponent time to react. String your strikes together. As soon as you finish one, begin another. Strike, strike, strike. Ah, that's it. Not bad.
What is it? Sudden visitation by the Holy Spirit?
Not bad. Now let's see how you do with defense. It's not hard to block a basic strike. Just watch out and move your sword into the path of the blow. No, not like that. Ah, that's it. Ah, that's it. All right. Good. Very well then. Let's see what you're made of, lad. Come at me and don't hold back. Good strike. See, I lure you, then attack unexpectedly.
Ow!
Bagal talaga ni Henry.
Fine. That's enough. I have my work cut out, it seems. That's life. Let's try something more advanced. When in combat, keep an eye on the space between you and your opponent. That is your space. Try to attack from the side the opponent will find harder to block in time. If I'm holding the sword raised up, do an uppercut. If my sword is low, lunge. Let's try it. You strike a few times at the side where I'm not holding my sword. Well done. Ah, that's it. Ah, that's it. All right. Wrong! All right. Right. Lesson 2. Everything you've learned about blocking is wrong. When I cover, I can simply fend off your blows with my sword and gain control of the space between us. But it's better not to control just the space, but actually your opponent's weapon. Attack, and I'll show you.
Ow! Yeah! Ow! Yeah!
How do you do that?
All right, that will do. Now you. The trick is to stay in your stance. As soon as I start to attack, you block. The move knocks the blade aside.
Ow!
Good. No, not like that. You mustn't hold the sword there. You have to move along with the attack. Again. Not bad.
Ow!
Not bad. All right. Too soon again. Try and catch the rhythm. You see the sword move, you move at the same time and deflect it. Wrong! Again! Well done. Right, now we'll try it a little faster. Concentrate and block just at the moment I start attacking. I'll strike you from above each time so you can see it well. Not bad. Well done.
Ow!
Very good. 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 Good, good. Now let's try it at full speed. You probably won't succeed, but that's normal at the start. You must train. Let's go.
Ow!
Wow, ang bilis.
Captain Bernard!
Ow!
Wait a while, Henry.
Ang bilis.
Greetings, Sir Hans. What brings you here?
I was on my way when I noticed that you're entertaining Sir Radzig's esteemed guest. Not the same as holding a hammer, is it, blacksmith?
It's Sir Radzig's orders.
I know. I'm actually here to train at the archery range. My hand's grown heavy lately. You don't mind, do you, Bernard?
Not at all, my lord.
Good day to you, blacksmith's boy. Try not to hurt yourself.
Where did we finish? Yeah, leading the opponent where you want him. There's one more way to evade a strike. You simply step aside, attack, and I'll show you. All right, try it. It's important not to move too soon. I'll see where you're going and hit you. If the same will happen if you move too late. I'll attack slowly now. As you see me, raise the weapon, jump aside. It'll throw the opponent off a bit, and there's your chance.
Huh?
No! Very good.
Oh.
No, that's not it.
Ow!
Huh?
No, again. No, again.
Huh?
Not like that.
How do you dodge?
Well done. Wrong. Fine. Now try it a little quicker. Try and get used to the rhythm. Never take your eyes off your opponent. You'll see a strike before it's even properly started. Very good. Nice. Not bad. And the last thing for today, a trick. You raise the sword to force your opponent to block, but then change the direction of the attack at the last moment, and the opponent won't even know what hit him. Try it. Draw back the weapon, then change the attack zone and strike, so I don't have time to react.
Prepare to strike by holding.
I don't have all day, boy. No, again. No, not like that. Whoa, quickly. Very good. No, that's not it.
Prepare to strike by holding. Then change.
What's going on?
Zone.
Not bad. Ah, that's it. Ah, that's it. No, that's not it. No. Well done. Well now, that wasn't too bad. Maybe we'll make a soldier of you after all. But don't get cocky. You have to train hard and persistently. You might have talent, but talent alone won't do. Practice. Whenever you've got nothing better to do and you're in the mood for it, you can come and train here with me. I can teach you something more when you're up to it.
Okay.
Don't leave yet. Sir Radzig also wanted me to teach you archery. Come with me.
Yes, sir. Wait lang. I have everything. You walk faster, sir. Haven't got all day. Man, he walks so slow. Come on. You have to walk like that.
Let's see then. Take this bow, go and stand in position over there, and we can start. And another thing, put on this arm guard. Without it, you could flay your forearm with a bowstring, so be sure to wear it.
Thank you, Captain.
Save the thanks, and get in position. Now concentrate. A bow ain't exactly the weapon of choice of a knight, but it can come in very handy. You've got two bandits coming at you from a distance. You shoot one in the eye, drop your bow, and draw your sword on the other. Emperor Charles, God rest him, encouraged his subjects to learn archery. He even organized contests in Prague. But you wouldn't have gotten far there. You're holding the thing like a piece of firewood. But enough talk. There's the target. Try and hit it. Draw the bow, aim, and release. Try to get a feel for the rhythm. Inhale on the draw, hold your breath for a moment, and then release the string. No jerky
If you
movement.
want to
Just
hit
let the string slide
you're
out
going
of
to
your
have to
fingers,
aim.
as if you were about to draw it back more. It's all one movement. The arrow aiming at the target and flying at it. Shoot away. What you have there is a training bow. The arrow drops quickly. Once you train
If you
it,
want to
get
hit
yourself
anything,
a better one, and then
you're going
those
to have
arrows
to
will
aim.
fly so fast you won't see them. Don't forget the
Has anyone
arm
told
guard.
you you're
Once
supposed
you've
to
mastered
shoot
the bow
at
a
the
bit,
target?
you won't need it anymore.
So hard to use the bow.
If you want to hit anything,
Well, that was awful. I didn't imagine a village yokel like you would have much skill, but you failed to meet even my low expectations.
I don't know why you're wasting your time, Sir Bernard. Nothing will come of him anyway, and at the first sign of trouble, he'll run away like any other cowardly peasant. After all, he's done it before.
What did you say?
Calm down, boy. Keep in mind who you're talking to.
A braggart who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth.
Now, you've really done it. You'll go to the stocks for that.
Calm yourself, Sir Bernard. If the blacksmith boy feels he can prove himself, then let him try. Do you think you can beat me? Well?
Any time.
Very well. If you defeat me, I'll give you my bow. If you lose, you'll have to pay up. Do you even have any coin?
I don't have enough.
Then you'll owe me or work it off. Let's get to it.
Why do you have to do this? My God.
Well, I didn't expect that. Probably just wasn't your day, sir.
I told you I have a heavy hand, ever since I fell off that horse during the last hunt. What are you grinning about, boy? I think you owe me a little payback. How about a sword fight at the arena?
If you like.
Sir Hans, is this necessary? Sir Hanush has already had words about you fighting with your subjects. He explicitly told me.
I know what he told you. You can just tell him I didn't listen to you. So what's it going to be, blacksmith?
If we must.
Excellent. Then let's go.
Why? He already lost.
Oh dear, did that hurt? You'll get what for?
Missed.
This one, then.
What the f...
You going to cry now?
Topper delay.
You know how this one ends.
Yeah, because you're far more experienced in the sword than I am.
Fuck!
Ow.
Here!
Ano ba yan?
Ow.
Now you're done for. Fucking hell!
Oh my god.
You'll pay for that!
Pay for what?
God damn!
I'm gonna just use my shield and poke you, sir. Ano? Ano, sir? I'm gonna poke you with this sword, sir.
What's the matter? Lost your balls?
Well, you got the better of me this time, blacksmith. I must be having an off day.
Are you alright, sir?
Don't worry your mangy head about me, peasant. We'll see each other again soon enough. You can keep my bow. Its best years are behind it anyway.
Funny.
You better hope his lordship hasn't taken it badly.
What?
I hope he has.
Watch it, boy. A few of my men have won fights against him before and never had a problem. But you could be the first. Now go to the rat house. The bailiff's waiting for you there.
Alright, Captain.
Yeah, well. Sasabihin ko sana na, wow, let me just go and do archery then. But archery apparently sucks ass. Am I going?
Brooms for your house. The rakes and hoes for your field. What else?
Increases the sight distance of fast travel, so you notice events on the way sooner. Penalties on stats following from this is better. Sense check block. Stab slash. What does this mean? And the sword I have is for this one. Stab slash slash. Okay, I'll get this, I guess. Wait, where am I supposed to go? Where am I supposed to go?
Bread! Bread!
Vegetables, fruit, apples, cucumbers, onions. Come get 'em.
Bread! Fresh bread! Bread! Rolls, buns, and pretzels for you!
I have no idea where I'm supposed to be going.
People, please! I'm from Scanlan!
I'm supposed to go up here. Bailiff.
Good health to you.
I'm to put myself under the bailiff's command.
Ah, so you're the young man Sir Radzig appointed.
Yes.
Very well. Sir Radzig asked me to test you a little, and as it happens, you've come at the right time. We've a few disputes to settle. It seems some of your former neighbors have been acting quite inappropriately. I was hoping having one of their own on the town watch might help sort things out.
You can count on me, bailiff.
You're certainly bold. I like that. Have you been to see Captain Bernard?
I have, and I have the bruises to prove it. The captain doesn't hold back.
The harder the training, the easier the battle. Well, anyway, you're going to assist my town guard. Come to the church in the afternoon. Yaroslav the watchman, Nightingale they call him, will wait for you there. He'll show you around the town and teach you a little about keeping the peace. And you need to stop by the armory to pick up some gear.
Yes, bailiff.
Yes, bailiff.
Master Bailiff, is there anything of interest going on here?
Nothing of interest to me, thank Christ.
Why is there like a star there?
I want to learn to read. Who should I go and see?
There's a retired scribe in Uzhitz. He could teach you.
Good luck to you.
Look out!
Look out! Can I... Oh. Okay, that's weird. Yes. You can't travel from this location. Okay. They travel from here. Let me save and continue on next time. Almost 4 o'clock. Whoa, what the hell? He was jumping. I saw that. Anyway, I will be resting. What's the rest? Here. Game saved. Okay. That will be it for me. That is Kingdom Come Deliverance. I still have not understood how the combat mechanics work, or maybe I'm just stupid, but that's that. Anyway, so Friday we will be doing League of Legends. Actually, TFT, I should be playing TFT dahil oh my goodness, the battle pass is almost done and I'm not yet near completion. So yeah. Anyway, maraming salamat sa mga sumubaybay, maraming salamat sa mga nag-like, mga dumaan. Salamat kay Mark at nakasali na rin siya dun sa Discord server. Nag-iisang tao na sumali sa Discord server. Maraming salamat. Anyway. Okay. See you next stream. See you on Friday.